committed for further trial, without doubt. "I think she'll be discharged tomorrow," replied Roger quietly. "I thank you for your kindness to Mrs. Jocelyn. Mere statements as to the girl's previous character will not clear her," resumed the captain emphatically. "You are a relative, lover, or something, I suppose. This poor woman has knocked my routine methods a little out of gear. One rarely sees a face like hers in a station house. She evidently comes of no common stock, and I'd like to hear that the charge is all a mistake, as you claim, but, young man, you can't meet criminal charges with generalities. You've got to show that she didn't steal that lace. I wish you success, for the mother's sake at least," and he passed into his private room. As Mildred was about to enter the station house, she had looked back, hoping, for the first time in her life, that Roger Atwood was near. The eager and reassuring wave of his hand satisfied her that he would know the place of her imprisonment, and that he would do for her all within his power. Again he had appeared in the hour of misfortune and bitter humiliation. But, in spite of her heart, she now did justice to his sturdy loyalty, and she was comforted and sustained by the thought that not quite all the world was against her. She also knew that he would relieve her mother and Belle from unendurable anxiety on account of her absence, and that he would summon Mr. Wentworth to her aid. His promise to prove her innocent had meant nothing to her more than that he would inform and rally all of her friends. That he could know anything that would throw light on the evil mystery did not seem possible. She was then too miserable and depressed to do much more than wait, in a sort of stunned torpor, for what might next occur. Mechanically she answered such questions as were put to her in order that a record of the case might be made, and then was led to the cells below. She shuddered as she saw the dimly lighted stairway, and it seemed to her morbid fancy that she was to be thrust into a subterranean dungeon. Such, in a certain sense, it was, for in some of the older station houses the cells are located in the basement. At the end of the corridor, nearest the street, she saw several women, and, unkempt and disgusting as these station house tramps appeared, the fact that some of her own sex were near was reassuring. A prison was to her a place full of nameless horrors, for the romances she had read in brighter days gave to it the associations of medieval dungeons. Of the prosaic character of a modern jail she knew nothing, and when she was placed within a bare cell, and the grated iron door was locked upon her, the horrible desolation of her position seemed as complete and tragic a fate as had ever overtaken the unfortunate in the cruel past. She sat down upon the grimy wooden bench, which was the only provision made for rest or comfort, and the thought of spending a lonely night in such a place was overpowering. Not that she could hope for sleep, even if there were downy pillows instead of this unredeemed couch of plank on which some beastly inebriate may have slept off his stupor the night before, but she felt weak and faint, and her overtaxed physical nature craved some support and rest. Distress of mind, however, soon made her forget all this, as her faculties slowly rallied from the shock they had received, and she began to realize that she was charged with a crime of which it might be difficult, perhaps impossible, to prove her innocence. At best, she feared she would always be so clouded with suspicion that all would refuse to employ her, and that her blighted life and undeserved shame, added to her father's character, would drag the family down to the lowest depths. The consequences to them all, and especially to Belle, seemed so threatening and terrible that she wrung her hands and moaned aloud. At every sound she started up, nervous and morbidly apprehensive. The grating of the key in the iron door had given her a sense of relief and refuge. The massive bars that shut her in also shut out the brutal and criminal, who were associated with the prison in her mind, the thoughts of whom had filled her very soul with terror, when she was first arrested. As it was early in the evening she happened to be the first prisoner, and she prayed that there might be no others, for the possibility that some foul, drunken man might be thrust into an adjoining cell made her flesh creep. How many long, sleepless hours must pass before morning could bring any hope of release. And yet she dreaded the coming day unspeakably, for her path to freedom lay through a police court, with all its horrible publicity. Her name might get into the papers, and proud Mrs. Arnold treasure up every scrap of such intelligence about her. The tidings of her shame might be sent to her who as Miss Wetheridge had been her friend, and even she would shrink from one around whom clung such disgraceful associations. Again and again she asked herself, how could the charge against her be met? How could the family live without her? What would become of them? Belle, alas, would be rendered utterly reckless, because hopeless. The unhappy prisoner was far beyond tears. Even her faith in God failed her, for, seemingly, he had left her the victim of cruel wrong and unredeemed misfortune. With her hot, dry eyes buried in her hands she sat motionless and despairing, and the moments passed like hours. At this crisis in her despair Roger's note was handed to her, and it was like the North Star suddenly shining out on one who is benighted and lost. It again kindled hope, without which mind and body give way in fatal dejection. She kissed the missive passionately, murmuring, with eyes heavenward, if he can clear my name from dishonor, if he will rescue my loved ones from the poverty and shame which are now threatening such terrible evils, I will make any sacrifice that he can ask. I will crush out my old vain love, if I die in the effort. My heart shall not prove a traitor to those who are true and loyal at such a time. He can save Mama, Belle, and the children from hopeless poverty, and perhaps destruction. If he will, and it is his wish, I'll give all there is left of my unhappy self. I will be his loyal wife. Would to God I could be his loving wife. Oh, would to God he had loved Belle instead of me. I could be devotion itself as his sister. But surely I can banish my old fond dream which was never more than a dream when one so deserving, so faithful, is willing to give me his strong, helpful hand. We are both very young, it will be years before and, surely, in so long a time, I can conquer my infatuation for one who has left me all these dreary months without a word. A woman's heart cannot be proof against reason, gratitude, and the sacred duty owed to those she loves best. At any rate, mine shall not be, and if he still craves the loyalty and yes, the love of one so shamed and impoverished as I am, he shall have all, and her face grew stern with her purpose of self-mastery. She forced down some of the food he sent, and drank the coffee. I will be brave, she murmured. I will try to second his efforts to clear my name, for death were better than shame. I shall, at least, try to deserve his respect. Then musingly she added, how can my friends have gained any information that would prove me innocent? Mother and Belle cannot know anything definite, nor can Mr. Wentworth. He promised in that brief whisper when he passed me in the street that he would prove it. Can he have learned anything in his strange vigilance? It seems impossible. Alas, I fear that their best hope is to show that I have hitherto borne a good character, and yet if my present home and our poverty are described, if worse than all Papa appears in the courtroom, I fear they will think the worst, and something of her old despair began to return when she heard approaching footsteps. Milly, cried a loved and familiar voice. The key grated in the lock, and in another moment she was sobbing on her mother's breast, and her bruised heart was healed by the unutterable tenderness of a mother's love. It filled the dark cell with the abounding, undoubting, unquestioning spirit of unselfish devotion, which was akin to the fragrance diffused from the broken box of alabaster. When sufficiently calm, Mildred told her mother what had happened, and she in turn whispered that Roger had strong hopes that he could prove her innocence on the following day, though how she did not know. And yet, Milly, she concluded, For some reason he inspires me with confidence, for while he feels so deeply, he is quiet and thoughtful about the least thing. Nothing seems to escape his mind, and he says he has some information of which he does not think it best to speak at present. He entreats you to take courage, and says that if you will keep up and be your brave, true self, gentle and strong, you can do much to aid him. We will all stand by you, and Mr. Wentworth will be with us. Where is Papa?" faltered Mildred, with a slight flush. "I don't know," responded the wife, with a deep sob. "Alas, mother, it's cruel to say it, but it will be best that he should not appear at all. Keep him away if possible. I hope he may never know anything about it, unless you think this terrible result of his course may awaken him to a final struggle to do right. I would gladly suffer anything to save him." "No, Milly, he would not be his old self if he came into court," said her mother dejectedly, "and his appearance and manner might turn the scale against you. Our best hope is to let Roger manage everything. And now, goodbye, my darling. God sustain you. Do not fear anything tonight. Roger says you are safe, and that his only dread is that you may become nervously prostrate, and he relies on your help tomorrow. I can't stay any longer. Oh, God, how glad I would be if I could hold you in my arms all night." Belle is strongly excited, and says she will never believe a word against you, nor will any of your true friends, alas. I wish we had more. Time is up, warned the doorman. "Tell Mr. Atwood that I am deeply grateful for his aid, and more grateful for his trust," said Mildred. "Courage, Milly, you can sustain me by keeping up yourself. You will find us in the courtroom waiting for you." With an embrace in which heart throbbed against heart they separated, and the poor girl was comforted and more hopeful in spite of herself, for while she would shrink from Roger, her confidence in his shrewdness and intelligence had made such growth that she half believed he would find some way of proving her innocent, although how he had obtained any evidence in her favor she could not imagine. The bedding brought by her mother transformed the cell bunk into a comfortable couch, and she lay down and tried to rest, so as to be ready to do her part, and her overtaxed nature soon brought something like sleep. She was startled out of her half-consciousness by a shrill cry, and sprang to her feet. There was a confused sound of steps on the stairs, and then again the same wild cry that almost made her heart stand still. A moment later 2 policemen appeared, dragging a woman who was resisting and shrieking with demoniacal fury. The sight was a horrible one. The faces of the great, stalwart men were reddened by exertion, for the woman seemed to possess supernatural strength, and their familiarity with crime was not so great as to prevent strong expressions of disgust. Little wonder, for if a fiend could embody itself in a woman, this demented creature would leave nothing for the imagination. Her dress was wet, torn, and bedraggled, her long black hair hung disheveled around a white, bloated face, from which her eyes gleamed with a fierceness like that of insanity. With no little difficulty they thrust her into a cell opposite the one in which Mildred was incarcerated, and as one of the men turned the key upon her he said roughly, "Stay there now, you drunken she-devil, till you are sober," and breathing heavily from their efforts they left the poor wretch to the care of the jailer. Mildred shrank away. Not for the world would she encounter the woman's frenzied eyes. Then she stopped her ears that she might not hear the horrid din and shameful language, which made the place tenfold more revolting. The man in charge of the cells sat dozing stolidly by the stove, some distance away. His repose was not to be disturbed by such familiar sounds. At last the woman became quiet, and Mildred breathed more freely, until some mysterious sounds, suggesting that her terrible neighbor was trying to open her door, awakened her fears, for even the thought of her coming any nearer made her tremble. She therefore sprang up and looked between the iron bars. At first she was perplexed by what she saw, and then her heart stood still, for she soon made out that the woman was hanging by the neck, from the highest bar of her cell door. "Help!" Mildred shrieked, "quick, if you would save life." The man by the stove sprang up and rushed forward. "There, co, be quick." The jailer comprehended the situation at once, unlocked the door, and cut the parts of her clothing which the woman had improvised into a halter. She soon revived, and cursed him for his interference. He now watched her carefully, paying no heed to her horrible tongue, until the crazed stage of her intoxication passed into stupor. Footnote: the writer saw the cell in which, on the evening before, the woman described tried twice to destroy herself. He also saw the woman herself, when brought before the police justice. She had seen 25 years, but in evil she seemed old indeed. According to her story, she was a daughter of the Uritans. To Mildred he said, reassuringly, "Don't be afraid, you're as safe as if you were at home." "Home, home, home," moaned the poor girl. "Oh, what a mockery that word has become. My best hope may soon be to find one in heaven." Chapter 30. A wise judge. When the interminable night would end Mildred could not guess, for no dawning was visible from her basement cell. The woman opposite gradually became stupid and silent. Other prisoners were brought in from time to time, but they were comparatively quiet. A young girl was placed in a cell not far away, and her passionate weeping was pitiful to hear. The other prisoners were generally intoxicated or stolidly indifferent, and were soon making the night hideous with their discordant respiration. The place had become so terrible to Mildred that she even welcomed the presence of the policeman who had arrested her, and who at last came to take her to the police court. Must she walk with him through the streets in the open light of day? She feared she would faint on what, in her weakness, would be a long journey, and her heart gave a great throb of gratitude as she saw Iogur awaiting her in the large general room, or entrance, to the station house. Nor was her appreciation of his kindness diminished when she saw a man in attendance, evidently a waiter from a restaurant, with a plate of sandwiches and a pot of coffee. Roger came forward, eagerly grasping her hand, and there was so much solicitude and sympathy in his dark eyes that her tears began to gather, and a faint color to suffuse the pallor that at first had startled him. "Mr. Atwood," she murmured, "you are kindness itself, and I have not deserved it. Forgive me. I will try not to fail you today, for your respect sustains me, and I would not lose it." "I knew your brave spirit would second all our efforts," he said in like low tones, and with a bright, grateful look. "Here, waiter, come, Miss Jocelyn, it's by just such prosaic means that soldiers sustain the fight. You'll dine at home?" "Yes, hurry up," added the officer, "we have no time now for words or ceremony." She ate a few mouthfuls, and drank some coffee. "I cannot take any more now," she said to Roger. Oh, how plainly her womanly instinct divined his unbounded loyalty, and, with bitter protest at her weakness, she knew with equal certainty that she shrank from his love with her old, unconquerable repugnance. With a dissimulation which even he did not penetrate, she looked her thanks as the officer led the way to the street, and said, "Since your friends provide the carriage, you can ride, miss, only we can't part company." She stepped into the coach, the policeman taking the opposite seat. "Oh, God, how pale and wan she is. This will kill her," Roger groaned, as she sprang up on the box with the driver. It was so early that few were abroad, and yet Mildred would not look up. How could she ever look up again? The leaden cloud seemed to rest upon the steeples of the churches. Churches! And such scenes as she had witnessed, and such a wrong as hers, were taking place under the shadow of their spires. Roger had passed as sleepless a night as had fallen to Mildred's lot, and bitterly he regretted that he had been able to accomplish so little. Mr. Wentworth was out of town, and would not be back for a day or two. Then he sought the judge before whom Mildred would appear the following morning, and learned, with dismay, that he, too, had gone to a neighboring city, and would return barely in time to open court at the usual hour. He had hoped that, by telling his story beforehand, the judge would adopt his plan of discovering the real culprit. This was still his hope, for, after long thought, he determined not to employ counsel, fearing it would lead to a prolongation of the case. His strong characteristic of self-reliance led him to believe that he could manage the affair best alone, and he was confident from his own inexperience. The rain had ceased, and for hours he paced the wet pavement near the station house, finding a kind of satisfaction in being as near as possible to the one he loved, though utterly unable to say a reassuring word. Having learned that the prisoners might ride to court if the means were provided, he had a carriage ready long before the appointed time, and his presence did much to nerve Mildred for the ordeal she so much dreaded. On reaching the entrance at which the prisoners were admitted, he sprang down to assist Mildred to alight, but the officer said gruffly, "Stand back, young man, you must have your say in the courtroom. You are a little too officious." "No, sir, I'm only most friendly." Well, well, we have our rules," and he led the trembling girl within the stony portals, and she was locked up in what is termed the box, with the other female prisoners, who were now arriving on foot. This was, perhaps, the worst experience she had yet endured, and she longed for the privacy of her cell again. Never before had she come in contact with such debased wrecks of humanity, and she blushed for womanhood as she cowered in the furthest corner and looked upon her companions, brutal women, with every vice stamped on their bloated features. The majority were habitual drunkards, filthy in person and foul of tongue. True to their depraved instincts, they soon began to ridicule and revile one who, by contrast, proved how fallen and degraded they were. And yet, not even from these did the girl recoil with such horror as from some brazen harpies who said words in her ear that made her hide her face with shame. The officer in charge saw that she was persecuted, and sternly interfered in her behalf, but from their hideous presence and contact she could not escape. By some affinity not yet wholly obliterated, the girl she had heard weeping in the night shrank to her side, and her swollen eyes and forlorn appearance could not hide the fact that she was very young, and might be very pretty. Mildred knew not what to say to her, but she took her hand and held it. This silent expression of sympathy provoked another outburst of grief, and the poor young creature sobbed on Mildred's shoulder as if her heart were breaking. Mildred placed a sustaining arm around her, but her own sustaining truth and purity she could not impart. A partition only separated her from the box, which was simply a large wooden pen with round iron bars facing the corridor to which the male prisoners were brought, one after another, by the policeman who had arrested them. The arrival of the judge was somewhat delayed, and may the reader never listen to such language as profaned her ears during the long hour and a half before the opening of the court. Fortunately her turn came rather early, and she at last was ushered to the doorway which looked upon the crowded courtroom, and her heart throbbed with hope as she singled out her mother, Belle, Mrs. Wheaton, and Roger, from among long lines of curious and repulsive faces. The former kissed their hands to her, and tried to give wan, reassuring smiles, which their tears belied. Roger merely bowed gravely, and then, with an expression that was singularly alert and resolute, gave his whole attention to all that was passing. After recognizing her friends, Mildred turned to the judge, feeling that she would discover her fate in his expression and manner. Was he a kindly, sympathetic man, unhardened by the duties of his office? She could learn but little from his grave, impassive face. She soon feared that she had slight cause for hope, for after what seemed to her an absurdly brief, superficial trial, she saw two of her companions of the box sentenced to 3 months' imprisonment. The decision, which to her had such an awful import, was pronounced in an offhand manner, and in the matter-of-fact tone with which one would dispose of bales of merchandise, and the floods of tears and passionate appeal seemingly had no more effect on the arbiter of their fates than if he had been a stony image. She could not know that they were old offenders, whose character was well known to the judge and the officers that had arrested them. Such apparent haphazard justice or injustice had a most depressing effect upon her and the weeping girl who stood a little in advance. The next prisoner who appeared before the bar received very different treatment. He was a middle-aged man, and had the appearance and was clothed in the garb of a gentleman. With nervously trembling hands and bowed head, he stood before the judge, who eyed him keenly, after reading the charge of intoxication in the streets. "Have you ever been arrested before?" he asked. "No indeed, sir," was the low, emphatic reply. "Come up here, I wish to speak with you." The officer in attendance took the half-comprehending man by the elbow and led him up within the bar before the long desk which ran the whole width of the courtroom, and behind which the judge sat with his clerks and assistants. "Now tell me all about it," said the judge, and the man in a few words told his story without any palliation. With a gleam of hope Mildred saw the expression of the judge's face change as he listened, and when at last he replied, in tones so low that none could hear them save he to whom they were addressed, she saw that look which wins all hearts, the benignant aspect of one who might condemn for evil, but who would rather win and save from evil. The man slowly lifted his eyes to the speaker's face, and hope and courage began to show themselves in his bearing. The judge brought his exhortation to a practical conclusion, for he said, "Promise me that with God's help you will never touch the vile stuff again." The promise was evidently sincere and hearty. "Give me your hand on it," said his honor. The man started as if he could scarcely believe his ears, then wrung the judge's hand, while his eyes moistened with gratitude. "You are at liberty." "Good morning, sir," and the man turned and walked through the crowded courtroom, with the aspect of one to whom manhood had been restored. Hope sprang up in Mildred's heart, for she now saw that her fate was not in the hands of a stony-hearted slave of routine. She looked toward her relatives, and greeted their tearful smiles with a wan glimmer of light on her own face, and then she turned to watch the fortunes of the weeping girl who followed next in order. She did not know the charge, but guessed it only too well from the judge's face, as the officer who had arrested her made his low explanation. She, too, was summoned within the rail, and the judge began to question her. At first she was too greatly overcome by her emotions to answer. As she cowered, trembled, and sobbed, she might well have been regarded as the embodiment of that shame and remorse which overwhelm fallen womanhood before the heart is hardened and the face made brazen by years of vice. Patiently and kindly the judge drew from her faltering lips some pitiful story, and then he talked to her in low, impressive tones, that seemed to go straight to her despairing soul. A kind, firm, protecting hand might then have led her back to a life of virtue, for such had been her bitter foretastes of the fruits of sin that surely she would have gladly turned from them, could the chance have been given to her. The judge mercifully remitted her punishment, and gave her freedom. Who received her, as she turned her face toward the staring throng that intervened between her and the street? Some large-hearted woman, bent on rescuing an erring sister? Some agent of one of the many costly charities of the city? No, in bitter shame, no. Only the vile madam who traded on the price of her body and soul, and who, with vulture-like eyes, had watched the scene. She only had stood ready to pay the fine, if one had been imposed according to the letter of the law. She only received the weak and friendless creature, from whom she held as pledges all her small personal effects, and to whom she promised immediate shelter from the intolerable stare that follows such victims of society. The girl's weak, pretty face, and soft, white hands were but too true an index to her infirm will and character, and, although fluttering and reluctant, she again fell helpless into the talons of the harpy. Hapless girl! You will probably stand at this bar again, and full sentence will then be given against you. The judge frowned heavily as he saw the result of his clemency, and then, as if it were an old story, he turned to the next culprit. Mildred had been much encouraged as she watched the issue of the two cases just described, but as her eyes followed the girl wistfully toward the door of freedom she encountered the cold, malignant gaze of the man who had charge of her department at the shop, and who she instinctively felt was the cause of her shameful and dangerous position. By his side sat the two women who had searched her and the leading foreman of the store. Sick and faint from apprehension, she turned imploringly toward Roger, who was regarding the floor walker with such vindictive sternness that she felt the wretch's hour of reckoning would soon come, whatever might be her fate. This added to her trouble, for she feared that she was involving Roger in danger. No time was given for thoughts on such side issues, for the prisoner preceding her in the line was sentenced, after a trial of 3 minutes, a summary proceeding that was not hope-inspiring. The name of Mildred Jocelyn was now called, and there was a murmur of expectant interest in the courtroom, for she was not by any means an ordinary prisoner in appearance, and there were not a few present who knew something of the case. The young girl was pushed before the bar, and would gladly have clung to it, in order to support her trembling form. But while she could not infuse vigor into her overtaxed muscles, her brave spirit rallied to meet the emergency, and she fixed her eyes unwaveringly upon the judge, who now for the first time noticed her attentively, and it did not escape her intensely quickened perceptions that his eyes at once grew kindly and sympathetic. Sitting day after day, and year after year, in his position, he had gained a wonderful insight into character, and in Mildred's pure, sweet face he saw no evidence of guilt or of criminal tendencies. It was, indeed, white with fear, and thin from wearing toil and grief, but this very pallor made it seem only more spiritual and free from earthliness, while every feature, and the unconscious grace of her attitude, bespoke high breeding and good blood. First, the officer who arrested her told his story, and then the elder of the two women who searched her was summoned as the first witness. The judge looked grave, and he glanced uneasily at the prisoner from time to time, but the same clear, steadfast eyes met his gaze, unsullied by a trace of guilt. Then the second woman corroborated the story of her associate, and the judge asked, "How came you to suspect the prisoner so strongly as to search her?" And at this point the floor walker was summoned. The vigilant magistrate did not fail to note the momentary glance of aversion and horror which Mildred bestowed upon this man, and then her eyes returned with so deep and pathetic an appeal to his face that his heart responded, and his judgment led him also to believe that there was error and perhaps wrong in the prosecution. Still he was compelled to admit to himself that the case looked very dark for the girl, who was gaining so strong a hold on his sympathy. "I must inform your honor," began the witness plausibly, after having been sworn, "that laces had been missed from the department in which this girl was employed, and I was keenly on the alert, as it was my duty to be. Some suspicious circumstances led me to think that the prisoner was the guilty party, and the search proved my suspicions to be correct." What were the suspicious circumstances? The man seemed at a loss for a moment. "Well, your honor, she went to the cloakroom yesterday afternoon," he said. "Do not all the girls go to the cloakroom occasionally?" "Yes, but there was something in her face and manner that fastened my suspicions upon her." "What evidences of guilt did you detect?" "I can scarcely explain nothing very tangible." The evidences of guilt were found on her person, Your Honor. Yes, so much has been clearly shown. And she was very reluctant to be searched, which would not have been the case had she been conscious of innocence. The woman who searched her was now asked, did she shrink from search, in such a manner as to betoken guilt? I can't say that she did show any fear of being searched by us, was the reply. She refused to be searched in the private office of the firm. That is, in the presence of men? Quite naturally she did. Then to the floor walker, have your relations with this girl been entirely friendly? I am glad to say I have no relations with her whatever. My relations are the same that I hold to the other girls merely to see that they do their duty. You are perfectly sure that you have never cherished any ill will toward her. So far from it, I was at first inclined to be friendly. What do you mean by the term friendly? Well, Your Honor, a little confusedly, the term seems plain enough. And she did not reciprocate your friendship, was the keen query. After I came to know her better, I gave her no occasion to reciprocate anything, and, pardon me, Your Honor, I scarcely see what bearing these questions have on the plain facts in the case. A slight frown was the only evidence that the judge had noted the impertinent suggestion that he did not know his business. Are you perfectly sure that you cherish no ill will toward the prisoner? I simply wish to do my duty by my employers. I eventually learned that her father was an opium eater and a sot, and I don't fancy that kind of people. That is my explanation, he concluded, with a large attempt at dignity, and in a tone that he evidently meant all should hear. Her father is not on trial, and that information was uncalled for. Have you any further testimony? The judge asked coldly. No, sir, and he stepped down amid a suppressed hiss in the courtroom, for the spectators evidently shared in the antipathy with which he had inspired the keen-eyed but impassive and reticent magistrate, who now beckoned Mildred to step up close to him, and she came to him as if he were her friend instead of her judge. He was touched by her trust, and her steadfast look of absolute confidence made him all the more desirous of protecting her, if he could find any warrant for doing so. She said to him unmistakably by her manner, I put myself in your hands. My child, the judge began seriously, yet kindly, this is a very grave charge that is brought against you, and if it is your wish you can waive further trial before me at this stage of proceedings, for unless you can prove yourself innocent at this preliminary examination, your case must be heard before a higher court. Perhaps you had better obtain counsel, and have the whole matter referred at once to the grand jury. I would rather be tried by you, sir, Mildred replied, in a vibrating voice full of deep, repressed feeling. I am innocent. It would be like death to me to remain longer under this shameful charge. I have confidence in you. I know I am guiltless. Please let me be tried now, for I cannot endure it any longer. Very well, then, and he handed her a small, grimy Bible, that, no doubt, had been kissed by scores of perjured lips. But Mildred pressed hers reverently upon it, as she swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. After a few preliminary questions as to age, etc., the justice said, reassuringly, now tell your story briefly and clearly. It was indeed a brief story, and it had the impress of truth, but his honor looked very grave as he recognized how little there was in it to refute the positive testimony already given. Have you witnesses? He asked. My mother and sister are present, and a young man who thinks he knows something in my favor. I will hear your mother first, said the judge, believing that in her he would find the chief source of character, and when the sad, refined gentlewoman stood beside her daughter, he was all the more convinced that the girl ought to be innocent, and that all his insight into character and its origin would be at fault if she were not. In low, eager tones, Mrs. Jocelyn spoke briefly of their misfortunes, and testified as to Mildred's conduct. "She has been an angel of patience and goodness in our home," she said, in conclusion, "and if this false charge succeeds, we shall be lost and ruined indeed. My daughter's pastor is out of town, and in our poverty we have few friends who could be of any service. An old neighbor, Mrs. Wheaton, is present, and will confirm my words, if you wish, but we would thank your honor if you will call Mr. Roger Atwood, who says he has information that will aid my child." "Very well, madam," responded the judge kindly, "we will hear Mr. Atwood." Roger was now sworn, while Mrs. Jocelyn returned to her seat. In the young fellow's frank, honest face the judge found an agreeable contrast with the ill-omened visage of the floor walker, whose good looks could not hide an evil nature. "I must beg your honor to listen to me with patience," Roger began in a low tone, "for my testimony is peculiar, and does not go far enough unless furthered by your honor's skill in cross-questioning," and in eager tones, heard only by the judge, he told what he had seen, and suggested his theory that if the girl, whom he had followed 2 evenings before, could be examined previous to any communication with her accomplice, she would probably admit the whole guilty plot. The judge listened attentively, nodding approvingly as Roger finished, and said, "Leave me to manage this affair. I wish you to go at once with an officer, point out this girl to him, and bring her here. She must not have communication with anyone. Nor must anything be said to her relating to the case by either you or the officer. Leave her wholly to me." A subpoena was made out immediately and given to a policeman, with a few whispered and emphatic injunctions, and Roger was told to accompany him. "This case is adjourned for the present. You may sit with your mother within the railing," he added kindly to Mildred. The floor walker had been watching the turn that the proceedings were taking with great uneasiness, and now was eager to depart, in order to caution the girl that Roger was in pursuit of against admitting the least knowledge of the affair, but the judge was too quick for him, and remarked that he was not through with him yet, and requested that he and the representative of the firm should remain. The 2 women who had testified against Mildred were permitted to depart. Then, as if dismissing the case from his mind, he proceeded to dispose of the other prisoners. Belle joined her sister, and greeted her with great effusiveness, looking ready to champion her against the world, but they at last quieted her, and waited with trembling impatience and wonder for the outcome of Roger's mission. The girl who had been led to wrong Mildred so greatly returned to the shop that morning with many misgivings, which were much increased when she learned what had occurred. She also felt that her accomplice had dealt treacherously in allowing such serious proceedings against Mildred, for he had promised that she should be merely taxed with theft and warned to seek employment elsewhere. "If he deceives in one respect he will in another, and I'm not safe from arrest either," she said to herself, and she made so many blunders in her guilty preoccupation that she excited the surprise of her companions. As she was waiting on a customer she heard a voice remark, "That's the girl," and looking up she grew faint and white as she saw, standing before her, a policeman, who served his subpoena at once, saying, "You must go with me immediately." Frightened and irresolute, she stammered that she knew nothing about the affair. "Well, then, you must come and tell his honor so." "Must I go?" she appealed to one of the firm, who happened to be near. "Certainly," he replied, examining the subpoena, "go and tell all you know, or if you don't know anything, say so." "I don't see why I should be dragged into the case," she began brazenly. "There's the reason," said the officer impatiently, "that subpoena has the power of bringing any man or woman in the city." Seeing that resistance was useless, she sullenly accompanied them to a streetcar, and was soon in readiness to be called upon for her testimony. The judge having disposed of the case then on trial, Mildred was again summoned to the bar, and the unwilling witness was sent for. She only had time to cast a reproachful glance at the man who, she feared, had betrayed her, and who tried, by his manner, to caution her, when the judge demanded her attention, he having in the meantime noted the fellow's effort. "Stand there," he said, placing her so that her back was toward the man who sought to signal silence. "Officer, swear her. Now," he resumed severely, "any deviation from the truth, and the whole truth, will be perjury, which, you know, is a state prison offense. I can assure you most honestly that it will be better for you, in all respects, to hide nothing, for you will soon discover that I know something about this affair." After the preliminary questions, which were asked with impressive solemnity, he demanded, "Did you not leave the shop on Tuesday evening, and pass up the avenue to street?" "Yes, sir." "Did you not look back twice, to see if you were followed?" "I may have looked back." "You don't deny it, then?" "No, sir." "Did not Mr. Bissell, the floor walker, join you in street, before you had gone very far?" Yes, sir, with a start." "Did he not say something that agitated you very much?" "He may have frightened me," she faltered. "Yes, he probably did, but why?" "Did you not make a strong gesture of protest against what he said?" "Yes, sir," with a troubled stare at the judge. "Did you not go on with him very quietly and submissively, after a moment or two?" "Yes, sir," and her face now was downcast, and she began to tremble. "Did you not enter a covered alleyway, that led to tenements in the rear?" "Yes, sir," with increasing agitation. "Well, what did you do there?" "Has he told on me, your honor?" she gasped, with a sudden flood of tears. "What he has done is no concern of yours. You are under oath to tell the whole truth. There was a single gas jet burning in the covered passageway, was there not?" "Yes, sir," sobbing violently. "Has Miss Mildred Jocelyn ever wronged you?" "And no, sir, not that I know of." "Now tell me just what occurred under that gas jet." "I'll tell your honor the whole truth," the girl burst out, "if your honor'll let me off this time. It's my first offense, and we're poor, and I was driven to it by need, and he promised me that Miss Jocelyn wouldn't suffer anything worse than a warning to find another place." Believing that her accomplice had betrayed her, she told the whole story without any concealment, fully exonerating Mildred. Although the judge maintained his stern, impassive aspect throughout the scene, he hugely enjoyed the floor walker's dismay and confusion, and his tortured inability to warn the girl to deny everything. "Please, your honor, forgive me this time," sobbed the trembling witness in conclusion, "and I'll never do wrong again." "I have no right or power to punish you," replied the judge, "it rests wholly with your employers whether they will prosecute you or not. Send that floor walker here," to an officer. "Well, sir, what have you to say to this testimony?" he asked, as the fellow shuffled forward, pale and irresolute. "Remember, you are still under oath." The wily villain, caught in his own trap, hesitated. He was tempted to deny that the plot against Mildred was at his instigation, but, like the girl, he saw that the judge had mysterious information on the subject, and he could not tell how far this knowledge went. If he entered on a series of denials he might be confronted by another witness. The young man who had been sent to identify the girl, and whose unexpected presence had brought such disaster, might have been concealed in the passageway, and so have seen and heard all. With the fear of an indictment for perjury before his eyes, the fellow began to whine. I was only trying to protect the interests of my employers. I had suspected the Jocelyn girl. At this there arose from the courtroom a loud and general hiss, which the judge repressed, as he sternly interposed, "We have nothing to do with your suspicions. Do you deny the testimony?" "No, sir, but that's enough." "No words, step down." Then turning to Mildred, he said kindly and courteously, "Miss Jocelyn, it gives me pleasure to inform you that your innocence has been clearly shown. I should also inform you that this man Bissell has made himself liable to suit for damages, and I hope that you will prosecute him. I am sorry that you have been subjected to so painful an ordeal. You are now at liberty." I thank and bless your honor," said Mildred, with such a depth of gratitude and gladness in her face that the judge smiled to himself several times that day. It was like a burst of June sunshine after a storm. While the witness was admitting the facts which would prove her guiltless, Mildred was scarcely less agitated than the wretched girl herself, but her strong excitement showed itself not by tears, but rather in her dilated eyes, nervously trembling form, and quickly throbbing bosom. Now that the tension was over, she sank on a bench near, and covering her eyes, from which gushed a torrent of tears, with her hands, murmured audibly, "Thank God! Oh, thank God! He has not deserted me after all." Looks of strong sympathy were bent upon her from all parts of the room, and even the judge himself was so much affected that he took prompt refuge in the duties of his office, and summoning the foreman of the shop, said, "You may inform your employers how matters stand." This functionary had been regarding the later stage of the proceedings in undisguised astonishment, and now hastened to depart with his tidings, the floor walker following him with the aspect of a whipped cur, and amid the suppressed groans and hisses of the spectators. The girl, too, slunk away after them in the hope of making peace with her employers. The judge now observed that Roger had buttonholed a reporter, who had been dashing off hieroglyphics that meant a spicy paragraph the following day. Summoning the young man, he said, as if the affair were of slight importance, "Since the girl has been proved innocent, and will have no further relation to the case, I would suggest that, out of deference to her friends and her own feelings, there be no mention of her name," and the newsgatherer good-naturedly acceded to the request. A new case was called, and new interests, hopes, and fears agitated the hearts of other groups, that had been drawn to the judgment seat by the misfortunes or crimes of those bound to them by various ties. Mrs. Jocelyn would not leave the place, which she had so dreaded, until Roger could accompany them, and they chafed at every moment of delay that prevented their pouring out their thanks. But Mildred's heart was too full for words. She fully understood how great a service he had rendered her. She bitterly reproached herself for all her prejudice in the past, and was in a mood for any self-sacrifice that he would ask. Tears of deep and mingled feeling fell fast, and she longed to escape from the staring crowd. Not before such witnesses could she speak and look the gratitude she felt. With downcast eyes and quivering lips she followed her mother, to whom Roger had given his arm from the courtroom. A carriage stood at the door, into which Mrs. Jocelyn was hurried before she could speak, then turning so promptly that there was no chance even for exuberant Belle or the effervescing Mrs. Wheaton to utter a syllable, Roger seized Mildred's hand, and said earnestly, "Thanks for your aid, Miss Jocelyn. I thought you were the bravest girl in the world, and you have proved it. I am as glad as you are, and this is the happiest moment in my life. I've just one favor to ask. Please rest, and don't worry about anything, not anything. That's all. Goodbye, for I must be off to business," and before she or any of them could speak he caught a swiftly passing streetcar and disappeared. Chapter XXXV. I am so perplexed. The little group that Roger left on the sidewalk looked after him in a dazed manner for a moment, and then Belle exclaimed, a trifle indignantly, "Well, I declare, if he hasn't thanked you, instead of you thanking him." Mildred sprang into the carriage, feeling that she must have some refuge at once, and, burying her face on her mother's shoulder, burst into another passion of tears. "There, there," said Mrs. Wheaton, as they were driven toward their home, "the poor child's heart is too full for Haney neat speeches now. When they meets hagain she'll thank him with hisen and, better than Haney voards air on the street. He vas too bright a chap to take his thanks in this air public place." To their surprise, Mildred raised her head, and replied, in strong protest, "You do him wrong, Mrs. Wheaton. He was so modest and manly that he wished to escape all thanks. He has taken a noble revenge on me for all my stupid prejudice." "That's right," cried ecstatic Belle. "Honest confession is good for the soul. I'll admit that most men and women are made of dust, street dust at that, but Roger Atwood is pure gold. He has the quickest brain and steadiest hand of any fellow in the world, and he'll stand up at the head before he's grey." Fortunately, Mr. Jocelyn was not at home when they returned, and they had a chance to take a quiet breath after their strong excitement. Mrs. Wheaton, with many hearty congratulations and words of cheer, took her departure. Mrs. Jocelyn was justly solicitous about Mildred, fearing that the reaction from an ordeal that would tax the strongest might bring utter prostration to her delicate and sensitive organism. Mildred's manner soon threatened to realize her worst fears. She had passed a sleepless night, and was faint from fatigue, and yet, as the hours lapsed, she grew more nervously restless. Her eyes were hot and dry, sometimes so full of resolution that they were stern in their steadfastness, and again her face expressed a pathetic irresoluteness and sadness that made the mother's heart ache. "Milly," she whispered, as she came to the bed on which the girl was tossing restlessly, "there's something on your mind." Mothers' eyes are quick in reading the face of her child. "You are thinking, you are debating something that won't let you rest, when you need rest so much." "Oh, Milly darling, my heart was growing apathetic, it seemed almost dead in my breast. I've suffered on account of your father, till it seemed as if I couldn't suffer any more, but your peril and your troubled face teach me that it is not dead, and that my best solace now is devotion to my children. What is it, Milly, that you are turning over in your mind, which makes you look so desperately sad and fearful, and again and then your expression frightens me so determined, as if you were meditating some step, which, I fear, you ought not to take?" "Oh, Milly, my child, the worst that I know about is bad enough, God knows, but your face makes me dread that you may be led by your troubles to do something which you would not think of were you less morbid and overwrought. I may have seemed to you a poor, weak woman in all of our troubles, but mother's love is strong, if her mind and body are not. Mamma, Mamma, do not judge me or yourself so harshly. You have always been my ideal, Mamma, and I was thinking of nothing worse than how to rescue you and the others from your desperate straits. How can we go on living in this way, your heart breaking, your poor, frail body overtaxed with coarse labor, and Belle, Minnie, and Fred becoming contaminated by our dreadful surroundings? The shock I've received has awakened me from my old apathy. I see that while I just toiled for daily bread, and a little of it too, we were drifting down, down. Papa grows worse and worse. Belle is in danger, and what will become of Fred and Minnie if they remain long amid such scenes? Only yesterday morning I heard Fred quarreling with another little boy on the landing, and lisping out oaths in his anger. Oh, Mamma, we must be able to look forward to some escape from all this, or else you will soon give way to despair, and the worst will come. Oh, that I were a man! Oh, that I knew how to do something, through which I could earn enough to put Papa into an institution, such as I have read of, and give you a home worthy of the name. But I cannot. I can only do what thousands of others can do, and take my chances with them in getting work. And now I seem so broken down in body and soul that I feel as if I could never work again. There seems to be one way, Mama, in which I can help you. And then she hesitated, and a deep, burning flush crimsoned the face that was so pale before. Well, she said, at last, in a kind of desperation, I might as well speak plainly, if I speak at all. It's no secret to you how Roger Atwood feels toward me, and also, Mama, you know my heart. While I could kiss his hand in gratitude, while I would not shrink from any suffering for his sake, to show how deeply I appreciate the priceless service he has rendered me, still, Mama, I'm only a woman, and am cursed with all the perversity of a woman's heart. Oh, what a loyal friend, what a devoted sister I could be to him. Mama, can't you understand me? Yes, Millie, sadly answered her mother. Well, Mama, I'm so perplexed. It seems for his sake, since we have become so poor and disgraced, that I ought to refuse his suit. To the world, and especially to his friends, it will appear dreadfully selfish that we should link our wretched fortunes to his, and so cloud his prospects and impede his progress. I can't tell you how I dread such criticism. And yet, Mama, you know no, Mama, even you cannot understand how great would be my self-sacrifice, when to others it will appear that I am only too glad to cling to one who gives some promise of better days. But the turning point has now come. Hitherto my manner toward Mr. Atwood has been unmistakable, and he has understood me, and were he obtuseness itself he could not fail to understand me. But after what has happened I cannot treat him so any longer. It would be shameful ingratitude. Indeed, in my cell last night I almost vowed that if he would prove me innocent, if he would save you and Belle and the children, I would make any sacrifice that he would ask. If I feel this way he will know it, for he almost reads my thoughts, he is so quick, and his feeling for me is so deep. And yet, Mama, now that I have thought more I fear that in sacrificing my own heart I am also sacrificing him. His friends will think so, at least. He is so young, chivalric, and unworldly that he may think it a noble thing to help us fight out our battle, but will he think so in coming years? Will he think so if the struggle is long and hard? Will he think so if we impede and retard him? Alas, will he think so if he finds that I can give him only gratitude and respect? Oh, Mama, I am so perplexed. I don't want to wrong him, I can't see you suffer on hopelessly and helplessly, and therefore it seems I ought to give him the right to help us should he seek for it, as I feel sure he will if I show any relenting. We could not be married for a long time, but if we were engaged he could do much to shield and protect us all, and now, alas, we have no protector. Belle needs one. Oh, how sorely she needs one, and what would have been my fate had he not come to my aid. It would seem heartless in me to say simply, "Thank you, sir," and yet, what heart have I to give in exchange for his devotion? He deserves so much, and I can give so little. Oh, Mama, will an old love die and a new one grow because you wish it, and pray for it? I am so perplexed, so tossed and torn by my conflicting thoughts and feelings that my poor brain reels, and it seems as if I should lose my reason. And yet I must decide upon some course, for if, after his loyalty to me, I give him hope, I'll not disappoint him if I died 1,000 times no, not if Vinton Arnold came and laid all his wealth at my feet. I can see his love in every glance of his eye, still more can I feel it when he is near me, and if I offer him friendship or a sister's affection, it will seem to him like giving a stone for bread. But I must offer him only these, or else give him hope, a hope that it would now be dishonor to disappoint. Mama, Mama, what shall I do, what ought I to do? During this outpouring of her child's soul, Mrs. Jocelyn was much agitated, and wiped tear after tear from her eyes. The impulse of her loyal, unworldly heart was first to take sides with Mildred's faithfulness to her earliest love, but her reason condemned such a course so positively that she said all she could against it. Milly, she began, falteringly at first, I feel with you and for you deeply. I know your rare quality of fidelity, of constancy. You are an old-fashioned Southern girl in this respect. While I would not have you wrong your heart, you must not blindly follow its impulses. It is often said that women have no reason, though some are calculating enough, heaven knows. Surely, Milly, this is a case in which you should take some counsel of your reason, your judgment, and believe me, darling, I speak more for your sake than ours. While I admit that Roger has become very dear to me, I would not sacrifice you, my love, even in our sore straits. It is of you I think chiefly. I cannot endure the thought that the future of my darling child may be utterly blighted. I cannot bear to think of your settling down into a weary working woman, with nothing to look forward to but daily drudgery for daily bread. I do not dread that so much, Mamma, oh, nothing like so much as a long and perhaps a vain effort to love one who has a sacred right to love as well as loyalty. Milly, you don't know how lonely and desolate your life might become. Milly, forgive me for saying it, your old love is utterly vain. I know it, Mamma, said Mildred, with a low sob. Therefore, my darling, the sweetness and goodness of your young life ought not to be wasted on that which is vain and empty. If Mr. Arnold were worthy of your affections, he would not have left you all this time without even a word. And, Milly, we may as well face the truth, we never belonged to the Arnold's world, and it was wicked folly, for which I suffer hourly remorse, that we ever tried to approach it. If, instead of attempting to live like our rich neighbors, I had saved a goodly portion of your father's income, all might have been so different, but I was never taught to save, and I was just blind. I never see your father, but the thought comes, like a stab in the heart, I might have prevented it. Oh, if I had only stayed with him! It was during that fatal separation that he formed the habit which will cause his death and mine. Poor Mrs. Jocelyn always remained under this illusion. Oh, Mamma, Mamma, don't talk that way, I can't bear it. I must prepare you, Milly, darling, for what I clearly foresee. Martin is destroying himself, and I shall not long survive him. Oh, Milly, it's a terrible thing to love a weak man as I love your father. I love him so that his course is killing me. It could not be otherwise, for I am much to blame. Don't interrupt me, I am speaking these bitter words for your ultimate good. Your life is before you, Mamma, how can my life be before me if you die broken-hearted? Because you are young. You know that it would add tenfold bitterness to my already overflowing cup if I saw no chance for you, Belle, and the little ones. You may soon have to be mother and sister both. I forewarn you, because, as Roger says, you are strong as well as gentle, and you must not just drift helplessly toward we know not what. Oh, Milly, my poor crushed heart must have one consolation before it is at rest. Roger is not, and never will be, a weak man. It is not in his nature to give way to fatal habits. I, too, with a woman's eye, have seen his deep, strong affection for you, and with a mother's jealous love I have studied his character. He is a young giant, Milly, whom you unconsciously awoke to manhood. He comes of a sturdy, practical race, and unites to their shrewdness a chivalric southern heart and large brain. He doesn't begin to know, himself, how much of a man he is, but the experience of life will fast develop him. He is one who will master circumstances, and not be molded by them. Obstacles will only stimulate his will. Your prejudice and dislike have not made him falter a moment. In the heart of a girl like you, Millie, I truly believe that a new love for such a man will surely spring up, and grow and strengthen with each succeeding year, and you would be worthy of him. You could make him happy, and eventually add greatly to his success. He is sure to become eminent, and be burdened with many large affairs, and the home you could make for him would be a refuge and a resting place from which he would go out daily, strong and refreshed. Let his friends say what they please at first. He has his own career to make, and in his choice of you he has shown how unerring and sound his instincts are, and you can prove them so, and will, I think, when time has given your morbid and unhappy heart its healthful tone. Mrs. Wheaton has done much work at his uncle's house, and Mrs. Atwood talks to her quite freely. Mrs. Wheaton says they are wealthy, although they live so plainly, and that Mr. Atwood, Roger's uncle, is wonderfully taken with the young man, and means to give him a chance to climb among the highest, if he continues to be so steady and persevering. Of course you know that Roger will never be anything else than steady. And Mrs. Wheaton also says that Mr. Atwood will, no doubt, leave everything to him, for he has no children. I am sorry you have told me this, sighed Mildred. It would have been hard enough at best, but I should feel almost mercenary now. Oh, Millie, you are too morbid and proud for anything, expostulated Mrs. Jocelyn, in whom no misfortune or sorrow could wholly blot out her old, mild passion for making good matches for her daughters, good matches in the right sense of the word, for she would look for worth, or what seemed worth to her, as well as the wealth that is too often considered solely. She had sought to involve Vinton Arnold by innocent wiles, and now, in pathetic revival of her old trait, she was even more bent on providing for Mildred by securing a man after her own heart. Love for her daughter, far more than ambition, was the mainspring of her motive, and surely her gentle schemes were not deserving of a very harsh judgment. She could not be blamed greatly for looking with wistful eyes on the one ray of light falling on her darkening path. After a brief, troubled silence, Mrs. Jocelyn resumed, with pathos and pleading in her voice, "Millie, darling, if this could all be, it would brighten my last days. There, Mamma, as far as I can carry out your wishes, it shall be. I had already virtually promised it, and I should be perverse indeed could I not do all in my power to brighten your sad life. But, darling Mamma, you must promise to live in return. A palace would be desolate if you were not seated in the snuggest corner of the hearth. I'll try to love him. I know I ought to give my whole heart to one who is so worthy, and who can do so much to brighten your life. Blessings on you, Millie. You will soon learn to return all his affection. You are both young, and it will probably be years before you can be married. In the meantime you will have a protector and friend who will have the right to aid you. You were slowly dying for want of air and change and hope. You worked all day, and shut yourself up in this miserable place at night, and it could not last. As your affianced he can take your part against the world, and protect Belle, and during the years while he is making his way upward, you will learn to love him. You will become interested in his studies, hopes, and prospects. You will encourage, and at the same time prevent undue application, for no man knows how to take care of himself. He can be our deliverer, and you his good angel. Your relations and long engagement may not be exactly conventional, but he is not conventional, neither is your need nor our sad fortunes. Since God has put within our reach this great alleviation of our sorrow, ought we to refuse it? Set your mind at rest, Mamma, you have made duty plain. I will do my best, and it now all rests with Roger. Millie, you are a dear, good child, said the mother brokenly, and with smiles shining like light through her tears, and after a close embrace she went out, closing the door that the weary girl might rest at last. When alone, Mildred turned her face to the wall and breathed, like the lowest and saddest note of a wind-touched harp, Vinton, Vinton Arnold, farewell forever. I must look for you no more, I must think of you no more. Oh, perverse heart, be still. But a decision had been reached, and her perplexed mind had at last found the rest of a fixed resolve. Then nature asserted her right, and she slept long and heavily. When she awoke, the lamp was lighted in the one living room, from which came the sounds of an unsteady step and a thick, rough voice. She trembled, for she knew that her father had come home again intoxicated, an event that was becoming terribly frequent of late. She felt too weak and nerveless to go out and look upon their living disgrace, and lay still with long, sighing breaths. Even Mr. Atwood will turn from us in disgust, when he realizes Papa's degradation, she thought. Alas! Can it be right to cloud his bright young life with such a shameful stain? Oh, if it were not selfish, I could wish to die and escape from it all. At last the heavy, shuffling step passed into the adjoining bedroom, and soon the wretched man was in stupor. As Mildred came out she saw Belle, who had returned from her work, looking toward the room in which her father slept, with a lowering, reckless expression that made her sister shudder. Mildred tried to banish evil thoughts by putting her arm around the young girl's neck and kissing her between the eyes. "Don't look so, Belle," she whispered. "Where is that to end?" Belle asked, in a strange, harsh voice, pointing toward the room. "Millie, I can't stand this life much longer." "Oh, Belle, don't forget there is a heaven beyond this life. It's too far beyond. Look here, Millie, since God don't answer Mama's prayers, I haven't much faith in anything. See what undeserved trouble came upon you too. If it hadn't been for Roger you would have been in prison tonight, and we'd have been alone here with a drunken father. How can one have faith and try to be good when such things happen?" "Belle," said Mildred, with a solemnity that made the reckless, discouraged girl turn pale, "you had better take a knife from that table and stab Mama than do anything wrong." "Oh, hush," whispered Belle, for Mrs. Jocelyn now entered with the children, whom she was glad to have away when the unnatural father returned, even though she knew they were with the wild young Arabs of the tenement. Chapter 30. A woman's heart. Mrs. Jocelyn and her daughters were silent and depressed during their meager supper, for they never could become accustomed to the terrible skeleton in their household. When Mr. Jocelyn confined himself solely to opium he was not so revolting, but common, beastly intoxication was unendurable. They felt that it was brutalizing his very soul, and becoming a millstone around their necks which must drag them down to some unknown abyss of infamy. Mechanically they went through the motions of eating, the mother and daughters forcing down the little food they could afford, and the children ravenously devouring all that was given to them. As Mildred saw the mother trying to slip unnoticed her almost untasted supper from her plate to Fred's, she laid a hand upon her arm and said, "No, Mama, remember you are to live," she added in a low whisper, and the poor creature tried to smile and was submissive. With a pathetic maintenance of their old-time habits, they had scarcely cleared away the supper table, put the children to rest, and made the poor little place as neat and inviting as possible, when Mr. Wentworth appeared, followed by Roger. Mildred had been expecting the latter with trepidation, Belle with impatience, and the hard, lowering look on the face of the young girl gave way to one of welcome and pleasure, for if Belle's good moods were apt to be transient, so were her evil ones, and the hearty, healthy spirits of the young fellow were contagious. Mildred was greatly relieved to see Mr. Wentworth, for while she had fully resolved to yield to Roger's suit, her heart, despite her will, welcomed delay. She was also glad that her pastor was present, for she could now show her strong gratitude without fear of immediate and embarrassing results. She was therefore more prompt even than Belle, and, taking the young man's hand in both of her own, she said, with tears in her eyes, "Why didn't you let me thank you this morning? My gratitude has been growing every moment, and you must take it all or I shall sink under it. Mr. Wentworth, I should have been in some horrible prison tonight, with my heart breaking from sorrow and shame, if it were not for this kind, generous friend, Mr. Atwood. I long cherished an unreasoning prejudice against you, and showed it openly. You have taken a strange revenge. No Southern gentleman could have acted more nobly, and a Southern girl could not use stronger praise than that." Roger's hand, usually so strong and steady, trembled. These words, warm from the heart of the girl who had hitherto been so distant and unapproachable, almost took away his breath. "Please don't," he faltered. "Such gratitude, such words from you oppress me. I don't deserve such thanks. Any decent man would have been glad to save one who was so good and so wronged, and I shall always regard it as the luckiest event of my life that I happened to be the one to aid you. Oh, you don't know, you never can know what immense good fortune it was." Then, as if fearing he might lose his self-control, he broke hastily away to greet Mrs. Jocelyn, but Belle caught him with the impulse of the warm-hearted sister she had become, and throwing her arm around his neck exclaimed, "I'm going to pay you with the best coin I have." And she kissed him again and again. "Oh, Jupiter," gasped the blushing youth. "Bless that floor walker and all his deviltry. I shall let him off just a little for this." "No, don't. I'll give you another kiss if you'll get even with him," Belle whispered. "It's a bargain," he said in her ear, and Belle ratified the compact immediately. "Oh," thought Mildred, in the depths of her heart, "if it were only Belle instead of me." Mrs. Jocelyn's greeting was scarcely less demonstrative than Belle's, but there was a motherly tenderness in it that brought tears into the young fellow's eyes. "Blessings on you, my dear good boy," she murmured, "and a mother's blessing will do you no harm." "Look here," said Roger brusquely, "if you don't let up on a fellow I shall make a confounded fool of myself." And his lip quivered as if he were a boy in truth. Mr. Wentworth, who in their strong feeling had been quite ignored, at first looked on with smiling sympathy. Mildred had given him the hand that Roger released, and holding it in a warm clasp he did not speak at first, but watched a scene that had for him the attractions of a real drama. He now did not help Roger much by saying, in his hearty way, "That's right, lay it on strong, he deserves all, and more. Miss Mildred, I have been yellow with envy for the last 2 hours because I was absent. I would have eulogized you so in court that the judge would have addressed you as Saint Mildred, and yet it's but honest to say that you would have gone to jail like many a saint before you had not Roger got hold of the facts which enabled the judge to prove you innocent. The law is awfully matter of fact, and that lace on your person had to be accounted for." "Yes, yes," cried Belle, "tell us everything. We've been dying with curiosity all day, and you've been so mysterious and important, and have put on such airs, that you quite awed me. Seems to me that for a country boy you are blossoming fast." "It isn't necessary for a country boy to be a fool, especially when he has eyes," replied Roger in an offhand way. "It's all simple enough. I happened to be passing the store where Miss Mildred happened to be passing." "How often did you happen to pass?" Belle interrupted, with a face full of mischief. "You are not a judge, ma'am, and so can't cross-question," he answered, with a quick blush but a defiant little nod, and if you were, no one is obliged to incriminate himself. I was merely passing, and the movements of that scamp, Bissell, slightly awakened my curiosity, and I followed him and the girl. I was exceedingly fortunate, and saw enough to enable the judge to draw from the girl the whole story. Now you see what a simple, prosaic part I played. Miss Jocelyn, in keeping up so bravely through scenes and experiences that were perfectly horrible to her, is the heroine of the piece. By Jove, beg your pardon, Mr. Wentworth, it was as good as a play to see how she looked her innocence into the heart and mind of the judge. I saw the judicial frost in his eyes melting like two icicles on the south side of a barn. Oh, the judge could see as far into a millstone as the next man, he continued, laughing, as if he relished the memory hugely. After those horrid old hags were sent along so fast to where they belonged, he looked when Miss Jocelyn appeared as if a whole picture gallery were before him. He could keep up his official regulation manner, but his eyes paid a certain prisoner many compliments. "Roger, you've got the eyes of a lynx," said Belle, and Mildred was human enough to show the pleasure she felt at his words. "Nonsense," replied the young fellow in sudden confusion. "Anyone who has learned to hunt well gets a quick eye." "The judge's eyes at least were not at all to blame," added Mr. Wentworth, laughing, and looking at Mildred so kindly and admiringly that the color which was stealing into her face deepened rapidly. "Well, to come down to business. Roger and I have been to see your employers, and we talked to them rather strongly. While they insist that they were misled and not to blame, they felt remorseful, and we struck while they were in their regretful mood. They give you a week's vacation, and send you $25 as a small compensation for what you have suffered." "I don't want it," cried Mildred indignantly. "Oh yes, you do, besides it's only spoiling the Philistines. They had already discharged that scoundrel Bissell, and they intend prosecuting the girl. They apologize to you, and promise to raise your wages, but I think I can obtain enough sewing and fancy work to render it unnecessary for you to go back unless you prefer it. I don't want to think of your being subjected to that barbarous rule of standing any longer. I know of a lady on Fifth Avenue who is a host if she once becomes interested in anyone, and through her I think I can enlist enough people to keep you busy. I feel sure she will be our ally when she knows all." "Oh, if I could only stay with Mama and work at home, I should be so glad," was the young girl's response. "Well, I must have one promise first, and your conscience should lead you to make it honestly. You must give me your word that you will not shut yourself up from light, air, and recreation. You must take a walk every day, you must go out with your sister and Roger, and have a good time as often as possible. If I find you sewing and moping here all the time, I shall feel hurt and despondent. Miss Millie, the laws of health are just as much God's laws as the 10 Commandments." "I feel you are right," she faltered. Then she covered her face with her hands and sobbed, "But Papa, Papa." "Mr. Wentworth, since all know it now, you must know the truth that is worse than death to us. I feel as if I wanted to hide where no one could ever see me again. I fear we do Mr. Atwood a wrong in permitting him to be so friendly." Roger towered up until he looked 6 feet 6, as Belle remarked afterward, and, coming straight to the speaker, he took her hand and said, "Miss Jocelyn, when I'm ashamed to be seen with you and Belle, I'll strike hands with Bissell in the sneak thieving line. I ask for no prouder distinction, than to be trusted by your mother and by you. Roger has settled that question, and shown himself a sensible fellow," resumed Mr. Wentworth, with an emphatic and approving nod. "Since you have spoken of a subject so deeply painful, I will speak plainly too. There are plenty of people, I admit, who treat the family of wrongdoers as if their unspeakable misfortune were their fault, and in a certain sense this tendency is wholesome, for it has a great restraining influence on those tempted to give way to evil. But this tendency should not be carried to cruel lengths by anyone, and there are those who are sufficiently just to discriminate and feel the deepest sympathy as I do. While it would be in bad taste for you and Miss Bell to ignore this trouble, and flaunt gaily in public places, it would be positively wicked to let your trouble crush out health, life, and hope. You are both young, and you are sacredly bound to make the best and the most of the existence that God has bestowed upon you. You have as good a right to pure air and sunshine as I have, and as good a right to respect while you maintain your present character. It would do your father no good, it would break your mother's heart, if you followed your morbid impulses. It would only add to your father's remorse. I fear his craving for the poisons that are destroying him has become a disease, and that it is morally impossible for him to refrain. Do you think would it be possible to put him into an institution? Mildred faltered. Well, it would be expensive, and yet if he will go to one and make an honest effort to be cured, perhaps the money might be raised. Oh, cried Mildred, we'd starve almost, we'd work night and day to give him a chance. The money shall be raised, said Roger quietly. I've saved nearly all my wages, and oh, Mr. Atwood, burst out Mildred impetuously, this would be far better than saving me from prison. I would pay you back every penny if I toiled all my life, and if Papa could be his old self once more we would soon regain all that we have lost. Then a sudden passion of sobs shook her slight form. Oh, she gasped brokenly, I could die, I could suffer anything to save Papa. Mr. Wentworth, said the wife, with a look in her large tearless blue eyes which they never forgot, we will live in one room, we'll spend only enough for bare existence, if you'll help us in this matter. Then putting her arms around Roger's neck she buried her face on his breast and murmured, you are like a son to me, and all there is left of my poor crushed heart clings to you. If I could see Martin the man he was, I could die in peace. He shall have the chance of the best and richest, said Roger brokenly. I ask nothing better than to have a hand in saving such a man as Mr. Jocelyn must have been. Then was Roger's hour and opportunity, and he might at that time have bound Mildred to him by vows that the girl would sooner perish than break. Indeed, in her abounding gratitude, and with every generous, unselfish chord in her soul vibrating, even his eyes could have been deceived, and he might easily have that he had